Yeah.
Please be seated. The Royal Commission on Antisemitism and Social Cohesion is now in session.
Yes, Ms Phillips.
Commissioner, our first witness for this morning is Tahli Blicblau.
Yes. Affirmation, please.
Do you solemnly and sincerely promise you give fully the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Can you please state your full name?
Tahli Blicblau.
And your address is known to the Royal Commission. You've prepared a further statement to the Royal Commission dated the 22nd of July 2026, is that correct?
Yes.
Are the contents of that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender that statement. It has doc ID stat.899.0001.0534_R, and I also tender its confidential exhibit, which has the same doc ID but with a 5 at the end.
Yes, very well-made statement, and the confidential exhibits, 2 big ones.
Yes.
Together, we admit as exhibits.
You remain the CEO of the Door Foundation,
Yes.
and you've previously given evidence before the Royal Commission related to your work with that foundation and anti-Semitism more broadly.
Yes.
In this statement that you're speaking to this morning, you've described some other roles that you've held before joining the Door Foundation or alongside that work, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
One of those roles includes volunteering and working with CSG, or the Community Security Group of New South Wales.
Yes.
And is it right that you were the principal intelligence analyst with that organisation between 2006 and 2009?
Yeah, I was.
And another role that you've described is a role that you held within, or various roles that you held within the New South Wales Crime Commission between 2010 and 2024.
Yes.
The roles that you held in that commission included intelligence analyst, senior intelligence analyst, intelligence manager, director of intelligence, and you finished up there as director of strategic intelligence and capabilities. Is that right?
Yeah, I did.
And since early 2023, you've also served on the allocations committee of the Jewish Communal Appeal in New South Wales. Is that right?
Yes.
And this year you've become the chair of that committee.
Yes.
You've also referred in this statement to having served since the 14th of December of 2025, the Bondi attack, on the Jewish community's post-Bondi crisis leadership team and subsequently on its recovery task force.
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you about each of those roles in turn this morning. Starting with the CSG of New South Wales, can I ask you to speak to why you joined that organisation?
I joined the CSG in New South Wales now more than 2 decades ago. I always felt a sense of pride and passion in not only the Jewish community but the broader Australian community. We have in this country a proud culture of volunteering, and just as today I volunteer as a surf lifesaver to help make our beaches safer, so too then did I feel it was it was incumbent on me to do whatever I could to help make the Jewish community safer.
Over the period in which you held the full-time professional analyst role with the CSG, can you identify the work that you primarily performed?
Yes, so the work was multi-part. Primarily, its function was to oversee the information gathering and intelligence gathering from open sources to collate and understand that material and make sense of it to try and identify what it meant for Jewish communal security. So the role involved both the collection and analysis of that material, the dissemination of that material both to decision makers within the organisation and the Jewish community, and also relevantly the authorities. And I also recruited, trained and managed a team of volunteer research analysts who did the same.
This was in the 2000s, and you've commented in your witness statement that in that period social media was still somewhat in its infancy, but that you felt you had a front row seat to some of the hatred that was then starting to brew online. Can you describe the weight that you speak about in your witness statement of that role on you at that time?
Yeah, in those early days, social media was in its infancy, but it was clear that extremist groups already then were starting to gather and convene primarily in online chat forums, and the hatred was starting to bubble and brew within there. My role and the role of my team was to understand what was being said online and assess and determine whether it was likely to translate into real-world violence. And that creates a level of responsibility or accountability that if you miss an indicator, if you miss a threat, the buck stops with you, that can translate into actual harm.
Is it right that you left the employ, the paid role that you held with the CSG in about 2009, and that coincided with you taking up employment with the Crime Commission?
Yes.
And the Crime Commission, you've noted, is an independent statutory agency tasked with preventing, reducing and disrupting organised and other serious crime and confiscating proceeds of crime. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've said that in your time with the Crime Commission you worked on investigations and represented the Commission on secondments at other agencies, joint agency task forces and multi-agency leadership and decision-making forums. That's
yes.
right? What kind of visibility did those kinds of roles give you in relation to the law enforcement and intelligence landscape as it existed at that time in New South Wales?
The New South Wales Crime Commission in some ways is relatively unique as a small agency with a broad remit. Because of its size, it necessarily works in partnership with other law enforcement, intelligence and regulatory agencies. In fact, almost all of its investigations, certainly at the time I was there, were done in partnership, either with New South Wales Police and or with another agency. And because of those partnerships, it meant that although I was employed by the Crime Commission, I was also working very, very closely with many other agencies.
And did you take any observations or learnings from those experiences, particularly in relation to interagency coordination from that role?
I would say that my observations were that there are strong structures in place to facilitate interagency cooperation, communication and coordination. Certainly many of the structures are there, but I think it's fair to say there's room for improvement on how open that coordination and how effective it always is.
And in your witness statement, you've described your own career with the Crime Commission being largely free from structural anti-Semitism. Is that right?
Yes.
You were openly Jewish at your workplace at that time?
Yes.
And you've identified that you never felt that being openly Jewish was something that limited your career opportunities.
No, I didn't.
You've described nonetheless some occasions, but perhaps minor ones, where you encountered what you've described as casual anti-Semitism.
Yes, I would describe it maybe as a casual normalisation of anti-Semitic language, and the statement goes further to say that it was not just casual anti-Semitic tropes about Jews being stingy, for example. It certainly extended to other minority groups.
And during your 14 years or thereabouts working with the Crime Commission and with other law enforcement agencies in New South Wales, Did you become aware of any cultural awareness training related to different religions, different cultures, different ethnicities within New South Wales?
I wasn't directly aware of any that related to the Jewish community or to anti-Semitism, certainly in the time that I was there. And again, that was now 2 years ago or thereabouts. I'm not sure how much detail I can go into in open.
Perhaps I can ask it this way. Were there any particular matters about the Jewish community in particular that you felt that some of your colleagues at the Crime Commission might have lacked some understandings about?
Yeah, I would say, noting my comments earlier about there not being any structural anti-Semitism, I would say that there were what I would describe as low levels of awareness. Law enforcement is not traditionally a career that Jewish people go into. There were very few of us, certainly in senior levels of law enforcement, and I think it's fair to say from my experience, my senior colleagues at that time didn't have a strong understanding either of Jewish history or culture, nor the unique threat environment as it impacted on the Jewish community.
If I can then turn to the role that you've described holding with the JCA Allocations Committee. First of all, can you tell me what the Jewish Communal Appeal, or JCA, is set up to do?
Yes, the Jewish Communal Appeal, or JCA, has existed since 1967. It's the Jewish community in New South Wales' primary fundraiser, philanthropic and planning organisation. In simple terms, you could sort of refer to it as the community's treasury department. It supports 24 member organisations with an annual fundraising campaign and then an allocation of funds to each of those 24 organisations, who sit across education, aged care, welfare, Holocaust education, and relevantly here also advocacy and security.
And are you able to explain the role of the Allocations Committee within the Jewish Communal Appeal that you currently chair?
Yeah, the Allocations Committee is comprised of 4 independent people who work on a rolling cycle. So in your 4th year, which is me now, you are the chair of that committee. And the role of the committee is to assess grant applications from each of those 24 member organisations, to assess their financial funding needs based on their application, and also based on a broader strategic analysis of the needs of the Jewish community, the governance of the organisation, and several other factors, and then taking the full amount of funds raised by the JCA each year to make recommendations as to the allocation of funds across those organisations.
There is a culture of charitable giving within the Jewish community.
I would say so, yes.
Yeah. And does that apply across the board, whether you are a secular member of the community or a religious person, in your experience?
In my experience, yes.
And so many members of the community would make a donation to the Jewish Communal Appeal, understanding that would then be distributed to various community-based organisations.
Yes, that's right.
Sorry, Ms. Smith.
Is it the case that the JCA is one of the primary funders of the CSG in New South Wales?
Historically, it was the primary funder. Now it continues to be a primary funder of the CSG, yes.
Is it right that alongside your current membership of the Allocations Committee, you also have a board observer role in relation to CSG in New South Wales? Yes,
because the CSG has been one of, if not the greatest recipient of communal funds, there is a mechanism by which a member of the Allocations Committee sits as an observer on the board of the CSG, CJCS, and that has been me in both last year and this year.
And you've identified in your witness statement that as part of those roles, you've had visibility of CSGs, funding needs, governance, budget, strategy, internal operations and operating environment since 2023, is that right?
Yes.
The next paragraph of your witness statement, you say this: within the JCA, we draw an analogy of a walled garden. Are you able to explain that analogy, and in particular, what's the garden and what's the wall?
Yes. I can't claim credit for this, but it certainly resonates. So within the JCA, and in fact other conversations that I'm part of within the Jewish community, we draw this analogy of a walled garden, the garden being Jewish religious, cultural and education causes, those things that make a vibrant community thrive, and the wall quite literally being the community's defence systems, that is its security and its advocacy. In an ideal world, we wouldn't need that wall. Certainly we don't want that wall, but unfortunately it's needed, and in a world where philanthropic funds are finite, there is a constant debate within the JCA and within Jewish philanthropy more broadly about the increasing need to invest in the wall at the expense of the garden, which could leave that garden to wilt.
And in relation to that debate is what you're referring to there, in essence, how much of the pool of philanthropic funds or be directed to security protection on the one hand and to cultural and community initiatives on the other?
Yeah, that's right. I don't have the precise figures, but what I can tell you from my observations, certainly over the last 3 or 4 years, is that there has been a need to invest far more heavily in the wall than the garden.
On page 5 of your witness statement at paragraph 16, you've identified a few things that you've said have been made clear to you through your work on allocations. Can you identify what those key matters are?
Yeah, there are 3 listed in the statement, and they relate specifically to my observations through my work with the CSG, but also informed more broadly. The first is that the complexity, the severity and the distinctive character of the security threat environment facing the Jewish community demand a sophisticated community security capability and posture, and one that's staffed by personnel with direct cultural knowledge of the community that they protect. The second, as I said a moment ago, is that the funding needs of the Jewish community as they relate to security have increased dramatically over the past decade, but more specifically over the past 3 years. And the third one is that it is no longer possible, and it should not be expected, for Jewish philanthropy to cover the cost of protective security.
And then the other role that you've described in your witness statement is your tasking to the crisis leadership team and recovery task force set up by the Jewish community. What did crisis leadership look like for you personally in the days after the Bondi Hanukkah attack?
I think tasking to, I think, is a perhaps a generous description. I think on the evening of the 14th of December, I went somewhat onto autopilot mode and found myself at the crisis centre that had been established, or that was at that time being established within the CSG's office. Within minutes of the attack, I was there, and within minutes we had established a multi-organisational, multidisciplinary crisis leadership team. It was led by the CSG, and it included representatives from the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies, the Executive Council of Australian Jury, the Rabbinical Council of New South Wales, and expert advisors in security, intelligence and mental health and trauma. And I worked primarily in that team as, I guess, a strategic advisor and supporter, given my background in intelligence and the role that I had played for many years within law enforcement, understanding and working within complex intelligence operations, I knew that they would need more than what existed, and what existed was sophisticated, but this was unprecedented. And so I worked to support the community in the best way that I could, primarily through that advisory role, and then also on the financial recovery.
You've said in your witness statement that you are proud of the strength, courage and resilience of community leaders you worked with through that time, but devastated by the burden that they were forced to shoulder. Based on your role in crisis leadership in the wake of Bondi, have you given thought to how the Jewish community and law enforcement community might be able to prepare for crisis management should the kind of acute need that we saw last December arise again in future?
Yes, I think, first of all, I need to say that everyone around every table was doing the best job they knew how. But the structures that existed could be strengthened through more integrated planning and more coordination. I've said in the statement that the leaders of the Jewish community around that table were carrying an enormous burden in making impossible decisions about the safety and security of the community, and trying to balance that against the fact that the community needed and wanted to gather at that incredibly difficult time. And while there was certainly strong communication with the authorities at the most senior levels, the decision making ultimately rested with the community's leadership, and a leadership that was grieving and was under enormous pressure, and those decisions, compared, for example, with decisions made by law enforcement and intelligence agencies, are being made with access only to open source information and communal knowledge, and therefore the confidence levels are different, and it's really challenging to make those decisions.
You've identified in your witness statement that from your perspective, the Jewish community currently faces the most serious threat environment in its history. From your studies and analysis, what are your major concerns about the nature of the current threats?
I gave some of this evidence when I appeared the first time, and I referred to 4 converging radical ideologies, which have little in common other than their willingness to resort to violence to further their cause and their shared hatred for Jews. And I said last time that those were Islamic extremism, the extreme far right, radical elements of the far left, and conspiratorial movements. But in addition to that convergence of radical ideologies, there also is a convergence of threat actors, including domestic and foreign terrorist organisations, state actors, and increasingly transnational serious and organised crime, or TSOC entities, working with those groups. And this convergence is creating a security environment for not only the broader Australian public, but the Jewish community that is unprecedented, and therefore demands an unprecedented level of sophistication and integration in its response.
You are in a position where you've been able to observe the Jewish community's security organisations and also the State of New South Wales's law enforcement agencies, as it were, from both vantage points. I think you've said in your witness statement that you feel you speak both languages. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yes, and that both languages are unique, I should say.
and that you've had some first-hand insights into the resourcing that's required to keep both of those sets of organisations running smoothly.
Yes.
You've described in your statement your observations of extraordinary professionalism and dedication, both of law enforcement officers and of CSG personnel. Does that remain the case now?
Yes.
And significant goodwill between the two sets of organisations?
Yes.
Can I ask, what are your ultimate hopes for how government and law enforcement agencies, together with community security groups, might respond to the protection of the Jewish community in future?
The relationships, in my observation, have been, like I've said, overwhelmingly positive. There is certainly strong cooperation, and that has certainly increased since the 14th of December last year, but it's not perfect, and if you accept that the level of threat is as severe as what we've discussed, and indeed what ASIO has described in their most recent threat assessment, then it follows that the level of integration and engagement between the Jewish community and the law enforcement and intelligence agencies needs to be sufficiently mature to meet the scale of the threat. And I think in an environment like this, positive communication and cooperation is not necessarily enough. There is a need to formalise and embed those relationships institutionally and organisationally, to recognise how protective security can be understood as part of our crisis and counter-terrorism frameworks, in order to strengthen the posture and the response.
Thank you. Commissioner, I have no further questions for this one.
Yes. Ms Blicblau, you indicated a little while ago that, as you saw it, there are four converging radical ideologies, all of which exhibit a willingness to resort to violence to further their cause and their shared hatred for Jews. You nominated amongst those persons on the far left of the political spectrum. Was that a reference to some individuals involved in what I will call the pro-Palestine movement?
I perhaps wouldn't describe them in those exact terms. I'm talking about an extreme fringe radical element, of which that is certainly a part of the ideological drivers, but the people I'm talking about are anti-democratic, anti-Australian, anti-colonial generally, which extends not only to Israel but also to Australia.
Right. But you're not suggesting that individuals who march in protests about the Palestinian cause are motivated towards violence towards Jewish people, are you?
I would say the vast majority of them are not.
Thanks, Ms Blicblau. Anything arising out of that? Thank you. You are excused.
Thanks.
Commissioner, the next witness this morning is Assistant Commissioner Martin O'Brien.
Yes.
Extra copies of that. Has he got one?
I do.
Can you please state your full name?
Is Martin O'Brien?
And your address is known to the Royal Commission. You're the current Assistant Commissioner with the Crime and Counter-Terrorism Investigation Services Division within Victoria Police, is that right?
That's correct.
And you've prepared 3 witness statements dated the 11th of July 2026, and I might just identify those in turn. The first witness statement concerns matters of training within Victoria Police, and that has doc ID, and you'll see in the top right, VPL.0004.0011.0004.
Correct.
And the second of those statements describes matters related to data recording, and that has doc ID VPL.0004.0011.0018.
Yes.
And then the third of those statements refers to matters concerning data compilation and collation, and that has doc ID VPL.0004.0011.0027. You've got each of those.
Correct.
Do each of those statements remain true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They do.
Commissioner, I tender each of those witness statements.
Yes, each of the 3 statements will be received as separate exhibits.
You've had a career with Victoria Police that spanned around 46 years, is that right?
That's correct.
And in around October of 2023, you joined an area that was then known as Crime Command.
That is correct.
The function of that area was to conduct high-level specialist investigations to detect, disrupt and prevent serious and organised crime with the goal of minimising harm to the Victorian community. Is that right?
That is correct.
And I think you've described in your statements that in March of 2026 there was a restructuring within Victoria Police whereby that Crime Command team was realigned alongside the team then known as Counter-Terrorism Command. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And currently you are the Assistant Commissioner and the Senior Officer of that now restructured area, incorporating both of those divisions.
That is correct.
Can I ask you to turn to the statement that ends with 0018 relating to data recording. I think you've said in that witness statement at paragraph 11 that Victoria Police records hate-related incidents, including any targeting of the Jewish community, in one of 3 systems. Can you see that there?
I can, yes.
Can you tell me what each of those systems are?
So first and foremost, the LEAP system, the Law Enforcement Assistance Program, is the method of recording reportable crimes. That is ably assisted by a front-facing electronic system called Leader Mark II, which Leader Mark II feeds information then into that LEAP system.
And we heard some evidence earlier this week from Superintendent Bowden, and that indicated that LEAP is not used for incidents, only crimes, as you've just indicated. Is that your understanding as well?
That relate to incidents quite often, yes. Yep.
And that when offences arising from incidents are logged within the LEAP system, information can be included to indicate that the offence or suspected offence is a prejudice-motivated crime, but that it's not mandatory for recording officers to do that.
That's correct, but my understanding there is work underway in terms of mandatory reporting of that.
And can I next ask you about perhaps the Interpose system, which you've described at paragraph 11.3. Can you indicate what that system is designed to do?
The Interpose system is a hub for both case management in terms of criminal investigation. It is also a repository and system for distribution of intelligence and information. It is, in broad terms, it's more around the case management for crime investigation.
And again, we heard earlier this week from Superintendent Bowden in relation to how Interpose might be able to be used to log information in the form of intelligence reports. Is that your understanding as well?
That's correct, yes.
And on her evidence, she indicated that if one wanted to identify, for example, total numbers of anti-Semitic incidents within a particular period in intelligence reports using that Interpose system, one would likely need to conduct what she called a deep dive of some of the narrative entries.
That would be correct, yes.
And the third system that you've referred to here in this part of your witness statement at paragraph 11.2 is the Incident Fact Sheet System, or IFS. Are you able to explain what that system involves?
So the Incident Fact Sheet System is a statewide system that allows any police member to be able to provide, not real time, but near enough to real time, updates across the organisation in terms of any incident deemed necessary or appropriate. There is a long criteria to it, but certainly it is not a limiting criteria. There are matters that are not necessarily listed in a long list of criteria that get added in the Incident Fact Sheet System. That provides an avenue for, at different levels where necessary, on matters that need to be kept to a certain level, such as, use as an example, sex crimes. They're kept limited to a certain level, but it gives access to otherwise members across the state to be able to have a look at what is going on at any given time within any given area.
And you've said in your witness statement at paragraph 11.2 that any incident that relates to racial, political or ideological circumstances requires an IFS, as stated in the VPM prejudice, I think that stands for Victoria Police Manual, prejudice motivated crime.
That's correct, yes.
That's your understanding of
Yes.
what's required for an IFS completion.
Correct.
And you said that when completing an IFS, a checkbox can be marked to indicate a racially or politically motivated incident as well.
Correct.
And just to confirm with you, in your other statement ending in 0027, I think you've referred briefly to some aspects of the IFS system at paragraph 13. You've said there that in all complaints relating to racial, political or ideological circumstances, an incident fact sheet must be compiled as soon as possible.
Correct.
So just in relation to the timing of that process, you understand that it needs to be done as soon as possible to the recording of the incident in the system.
That is
right?
correct, yes.
Now, you've touched on it a moment ago, but are you able to expand on perhaps the function or purpose of having incident fact sheets and the data that's recorded within them for the overall intelligence function within Victoria Police?
So first I would say it is not necessarily just for the intelligence function, it is more for the flow of information across the organisation in terms of having a real-time understanding of what's taken place and what is taking place. If you'll allow me, I can take it back a little bit and sort of explain a little bit of the interoperability between the three. So the LEAP system in and of itself records an offence. It's entered into the system. There might be a little bit of time lag between when that goes on and when it's actually recorded and can be seen by others. There may be an incident that has an offence recorded, so it's gone into LEAP, but it also requires an incident fact sheet so that in real time people across the organisation, and certainly the levels of management and those that may need to see it in a different light in terms of other deployments or other considerations or matching it with other intel that's in the system to say that there's a little bit more going on than what first presents. So the incident fact sheet system then gets used for that aspect, and they are scanned daily, and by shift they are scanned as to what's going on across given areas at different levels by different managers. Then if I take it to the interposed system, for an example, there may be an offence occur that goes into the LEAP system, absolutely. It may be of such a nature that it requires a criminal investigation that is a little bit higher level, that'll go off to a detective. That will then go to the interposed system, and they will case manage that in the interposed system.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you about a document, and I'll just read out the doc ID for the record, but note that this document is not to be displayed on the screen as it's a confidential document. It has doc ID VPL.0002.0012.0056. Commissioner, I understand a hard copy will be made available for the witness and for you, Commissioner. And I'll confirm that I'm not going to be taking the witness to the sensitive aspects of this document, but I'd like to ask some questions about it. The the document that we're looking at, it's an Operation Park weekly executive summary for the period ended, I think, the 14th, excuse me, of October of 2025. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you'll see there's a heading operational activity at the top left of the document. Is the idea of this document to record operational activity for Operation Park over the period between the 29th of September of 2025 and the 13th of October of 2025?
That's my understanding, noting I'm not a recipient of this document per se, but I do understand it to be a collection at executive level to provide an overview of those incidents that have come to notice.
And can I ask you please to turn within that bundle to the page that ends in 0058. You'll see about
Yes.
I think it's the second page of
yep.
the third page of the document. Can you see about a third of the way down that page there's a table with a heading PMC Criminal Investigations? Have you got that?
Let's see.
Ash, can you have the 0058.
Thank you. It's 58. Thank you.
Can you see that there's a table that's titled PMC Criminal Investigations?
Yes.
And I'll just identify for you the column headings in that table: date, offence, location, division, primacy, incident summary, suspect/offender, and then can you see there's a column that says IFS and then that column that says LEAP/interpose ref?
Yeah, I don't have the titles on that page, but yes, I take what you say, yes. Yep, thank you.
And just picking up at the column headings IFS and LEAP/interpose ref, do we take it that where the cells underneath those columns have a number or a series of numbers and letters within them, that indicates the reference for either the LEAP or interpose entry or for the incident fact sheet that's been generated for the particular incident or investigation?
Correct.
Can I ask you to turn over, please, within this document one further page to the one that ends 0059?
Yes.
Now, can you see at the top of that page there's an incident that's recorded with a date 3rd of October 2025?
At the very top, yes.
And the incident description makes reference to a synagogue congregation that's been reported to have received a phone call. Can you see that?
Yes.
And it describes the incident in this way: the unknown female abused the call taker, stating the Jewish community were genocidal FC expletives, pedophile C expletives, that their days were numbered, and that they were maggot rat Jews. Can you see that?
Yes.
Now, you might need to turn back to the previous page to look at the IFS column and where that appears. But does it appear to you that in relation to that particular incident, there's no IFS doc ID that's been recorded in this table?
That's correct. There's no reference to it.
And similarly, if you can look at the next incident on this table, which refers to an offender or offenders attending a construction site and damaging property by spray painting coloured graffiti of a swastika that measures approximately 5.5 metres in length across a concrete slab. Can you see that incident?
Yes.
Does it appear to you as well that for that particular incident there's been no IFS code or reference number logged in this particular
There's certainly
table?
none logged there, not to say there wasn't one submitted.
Do you know, I think you said before that the idea behind IFSs are to create them as close as possible to the incident date. Would you be able to form any inferences from this table and its collection of both information according to the table of IFS data and LEAP and interpose references, whether there was in fact an incident fact sheet created for those particular incidents?
really difficult for me to say, noting that this has been an executive summary that's been done at a point in time, and I'm not sure how that's been put together, but drawn from another source.
If you've seen documents of this kind that compile information from the various systems that Victoria Police uses, would it be typical, to the extent that there exist entries about an incident in the respective systems at a given point in time, for them to be collated within?
I would expect it to be done, yes, yeah.
Can I ask you about something further within the witness statement that ends in 0018, and this is picking up at paragraph 15 of that statement, under a heading Monitoring Hate-Related Incidents and Dissemination of Information. Can you see that?
Yep.
You refer there to Victoria Police adopting intelligence-led proactive scanning models to actively gather and analyse information to enable the early identification, assessment and reporting of persistent emerging risks, issues and trends. Are you able to explain what a proactive scanning model involves?
So there are a number of levels across the organisation in terms of analytics. I'll start probably from the top now in terms of there is now in existence a State Command Coordination Centre which runs 24/7 and has been in place since December 2025. It's still in phase 1, but that monitors live social media, crime reporting, incident fact sheets across many streams, any feeds that come in terms of activity where policing is involved or needs to be involved or otherwise of concern. It then stems down further. So that's reported on daily, it's reported on both executive summary terms, it's reported on across the organisation, but then you'll have a whole series of different layers of analysts will look daily at information that comes in from the multiple of sources, whether that be incident fact sheet, whether that be Interpose or LEAP, or any other sources of intel that may come in, and they will analyse that as to concerns or otherwise in current investigations, current deployments, current matters concerning police or concerning community safety.
And when you've just said in that answer, information that may come in, are you able to indicate from a systems point of view how that information might be brought to the attention of a particular officer looking for it?
So first and foremost, to say we certainly scan at all times all social media methodologies. We also have a number of streams of intelligence sources, whether that be human source or through other agencies, and then that's the appropriate manner is via an information report into the Interpose system, and then that's scanned by analysts.
And can I take you to paragraph 17 within that same statement? You've said this there. Some units within Victoria Police have formalised proactive scanning models in place. Other units incorporate aspects of proactive scanning organically in their routine duties, such as through periodic reporting, the use of targeted Interpose batch searches, etc. Are you able to explain the difference between those two concepts? That is, on the one hand, a formalised proactive scanning model, and on the other hand, a unit that might incorporate aspects of proactive scanning but without having the formalised proactive scanning model.
So noting I sit over specialised units and specialised areas, it is incumbent on us to monitor matters at those levels and matters that relate to, particularly sitting in the counter-terrorism space. We have automatic scanning every day of what's taken place. But then, as I referenced before, there'll be all levels of analysts across the state. There'll be, I think, heard from Southern Metro region, there'll be analysts in the space across that area, in regional intelligence units, in divisional intelligence units, that will scan more at the local level and what's affecting their local area. So there's all levels of proactive scanning going on.
And can I take you to your, what I think I described earlier as your first statement, the one that is with reference to particular methods of training. This ends in 0004. If I can take you to paragraph 13 within that statement. You said there that Victoria Police's practice guide, Prejudice Motivated Crime, is the primary guidance document provided for all employees involved in the investigation and prosecution of prejudice motivated crime. That remains your understanding?
Yes.
And that the practice guide is for educational and good practice purposes and to assist relevant Victoria Police practitioners to understand and comply with legislation and relevant parts of the Victoria Police Manual. That's correct?
Yes.
And that you've said that the practice guide gets updated as required, including if there are legislative changes.
Correct.
Now, is it your understanding that the practice guide itself doesn't have what one might call worked or illustrative examples of what prejudice against particular groups might look like, but that it annexes to a scenario matrix that
Yes.
might include some of those examples?
Correct.
I might ask you to refer to that scenario matrix if you can. I think a copy might be available there for you. And again, I don't think that this is a document that can be shown on the live feed. It has VPL.0002.0002.0131.
Sorry. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Do you recognise this document as the scenario matrix that accompanies the practice guide into prejudice
Yes.
motivated crime that you've described as, I think, the core guidance material for Victoria Police on prejudice motivated crime?
Yes.
Is the idea of this particular document to identify particular offences that might be accompanied by a prejudice-based motivation, and to give some illustrations as to how that can manifest for particular protected groups?
Correct. It's a method of demonstrating operationalising legislation.
And if we look on the first page of this, there's an offence shown in the left-hand column, and then the first example, I think, refers to some language that relates to Muslim people. Can you see that?
Yes.
And an example of that. And then the second example refers to some language and conduct that might relate to LGBTIQ plus residents. Can you
Yes.
see that?
Yes, I can.
And the third example relates to some remarks and conduct that might occur in connection with Jewish people.
Yes.
And for that example, in relation to Jewish people, the example that's given here is that non-Jewish people wear fake beards and black clothes in mock imitation of Orthodox Jewish individuals and attend a polling centre during an election, and then it describes particular remarks that those people might make. And the idea is that that's with a view to illustrating how the particular offence provision might be engaged.
Correct.
Can I ask you to turn to page 3 of this document? It refers to a different offence provision around 2/3 of the way down the page. And again, there are two examples given in relation to that particular provision. And the first example it says this: a person says to a group of Jewish school children travelling to school on the train that they will tear down the Star of David on a sign in front of their school and spray paint Jew dye on the school gates.
Yes.
And the idea is that that is intended to be an example to illustrate, for the purposes of police officers considering charging with these particular
Correct.
criminal offences, how that offence might manifest for members of the Jewish community.
That's correct, yes.
And again, another example is given below that in relation to disabled people and how it might manifest for that particular group.
Yes. In terms of the Crimes Act offences, yes.
The Royal Commission has heard a fair bit of evidence over the course of its hearings in relation to conduct that's directed towards Jewish Australians that I might describe as expressions of a grievance or an attribution of blame or hatred on the basis of perceptions related to the conduct of the State of Israel. And do you understand that as a basis for hatred to be directed in the current environment to the Jewish community?
Yes.
And the example of the phone call that I took you to a little bit ago to the synagogue referred, for example, to the caller describing in expletive words the person who took the call as genocidal. Can you see that?
Yes.
Do you think it might be of assistance if some of the guidance material that's produced for prejudice-motivated crime in connection with the Jewish community picked up on some of that kind of language and framing in terms of how prejudice might manifest for the Jewish community in words like genocidal and the like?
Yes, I would agree that a greater example is a much better way of providing advice to members.
And to your understanding, do you know whether there's guidance relating to those sorts of expressions of anti-Semitism in the prejudice-motivated crime guidance material that exists for Victoria Police at the moment?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. You are excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, the next witness will be Assistant Commissioner Nutt of the Australian Federal Police.
Yes.
He's provided two statements that have been produced on the basis that they're classified as protected. For that purpose, it will be necessary for his evidence to be given in a closed session to reflect the classification of the documents that I have to examine on.
Yes. Yes, very well. I will take the evidence of Assistant Commissioner Nutt in a closed session. I trust members of the public gallery understand that if the subject matter of the witness's evidence is classified as protected or higher, it's inappropriate for the evidence to be taken in public.
And Commissioner, in accordance with the usual practice this week, could we have a short adjournment of a couple of minutes to allow the technical processes to be completed?
Indeed. I know when I'm not wanted.
Royal Commission.
Commissioner, I call Ms Amy Dyde.
Yes.
I do.
Ms Dyde, what is your full name?
Amy Louise Dyde.
Your address is known to the Commission. You've prepared a written witness statement dated 1st of July 2026.
I have.
The contents of that statement true and correct?
Yes.
Commissioner, the document ID is sta.0353.0001.0001, and I tender that statement.
Yes, the statement will be received as an exhibit.
Ms Dyde, you are the Assistant Secretary of the Law Enforcement Policy Branch of the Department of Home Affairs.
I am.
In that role, you lead the development of policy and legislative reform relating to law enforcement, criminal intelligence, grants and hate crime reporting.
I do.
You are also responsible for departmental engagement with portfolio agencies like the ACIC and the AFP.
That's correct.
One of the sections that you manage is called crime prevention.
Yes.
That administers community safety and crime prevention grants, among other things.
They do.
The community safety and crime prevention grants function sat in the Attorney General's Department until mid-2025, till July 2025, is that right?
Yes.
And then the function moved to the Department of Home Affairs.
That's correct.
And that has led to a position where since July 2025, within the Department of Home Affairs, your branch generally administers grant funding for protective security.
Generally, yes.
Yep. And that includes Jewish community groups and organisations and also other sectors of society.
Yes, that's right.
Now, can I ask you about the process of grant design? The department performs a range of functions across the grant design process to support protective security for community groups and organisations.
Yes.
And it provides advice to the government on whether grant funding is an appropriate mechanism in the first place to deal with a particular need. Is that right?
Yes.
There are accountability frameworks in place that apply to all Commonwealth resource management, of course.
Yes, there are.
And in broad terms, what are they?
They are the PGPA Act, the PGPA Rule, and the Commonwealth Grants Rules and Principles.
Yeah. And they apply across the board. If
all
a grant,
Commonwealth
if a
grants.
grant process is being designed, they have to be incorporated into the provisions.
Yes.
You've referred in paragraph 18 of your statement to some of the factors that you say that often inform department's advice to government about whether grant funding is the appropriate mechanism to get funds to deserving recipients. What are some of the other mechanisms that the government avails itself of to do that?
Other than grant programs, they might choose to use a federal funding agreement, which is where they contract with a state and then the state delivers funding to an entity rather than having a direct grant, or the Commonwealth might conduct a procurement itself.
In other words, a direct engagement with the recipient.
Yes.
If grant funding is regarded as the appropriate method by which to provide recipients with funds, that there are factors that are applicable when looking at the application of that methodology to particular community groups like the Jewish community.
Yes.
And in paragraph 32 of your statement, you've identified some of the considerations that are taken into account.
Yes.
Now, is the usual mechanism in a grant design process that it envisages an agreement, it is a signed agreement between government and recipient that's consistent with the guidelines and with the terms of the funding?
Yes, that's right. The guidelines are the overarching mechanism, and then underneath that there's a direct funding agreement between the Commonwealth and the party to the grant.
Pardon me for a moment. You've referred in your statement to a number of the grant-based systems that have been developed. One of them is the Securing Faith-Based Places grant program.
Yes.
That was a grant program designed for faith-based places at risk of crime and violence motivated by racial or religious intolerance.
That's correct.
That operation opened in July 2023, is that right?
That's when it opened for applications, yes.
Yeah. And in that context, applicants were eligible to apply for grants between $25,000 and $500,000?
Yes, that's correct.
And the criteria explained how the relevant grant opportunity guidelines would apply.
Yes.
Now, what was the intended outcome of that? Evident from its title, no doubt, Securing Faith-Based Places, but can you elaborate on what was intended to be done with those funds?
That organisations could increase their protective security at a range of sites so that persons who might be attending those faith-based places could practice their religion free from harassment or violence.
And is it right that I think $50 million in total was available under the auspices of that program?
Yes.
Of which $21 million was in due course granted to Jewish faith-based places?
Yes, that's correct.
And what were other faith-based places to which those funds came to be allocated?
It was open to all faiths, so there was also allocations made to Muslim organisations, Hindu organisations, Catholic organisations, Pentecostal.
And was that program closed in 2023? Was it just in that calendar year?
No, the program runs until 2027.
It continues now?
Yes.
So funding is still available under that program?
The funding would have been allocated in the early period in 2023 when applications were open, but organisations have until February 2027 to expend that funding.
So applications closed in 2023, but the program itself is still rolling out in terms of the provision of funds to those who have been decided
That's correct.
as appropriate recipients?
Yes.
I see. Now, to design the grant schemes and then to implement them, does the department consult with the affected communities outside of the application process?
Yes.
And how does that informal feedback inform either the grant design or the implementation of a grant program?
It can inform eligible activities under the grant. It can inform the expenditure period for which the grant period runs. Those are typically the most influential ways.
And is that, for example, taking the faith-based places grant program as an example, that would involve departmental officers meeting with each of the various communities, faith communities that you referred to?
It could do. The department can also use its community liaison officer network, which is in the immigration side of the department, that has regular engagements with faith-based and racial groups and seek feedback in that way.
Sure. Now, in your statement, you have, from paragraph 23 and following, addressed the factors considered in relation to Jewish community security grants, and you've identified in your statement that since October 2023 and the conflict between Israel and Hamas, Jewish communities have experienced a risk environment where their community centres and places of worship were increasingly targeted by anti-Semitic attacks.
Yes.
And in informing assessments of the threat or risk environment, what sources does what sources does the department use to inform itself of those matters?
The department would consider a range of open source materials. So, for example, the Director General of Security's annual threat assessment, his Director General's address to the Lowy Institute, information from the AFP about the establishment of new task forces like Avalite, but also in my role, I'm privy to a range of intelligence products from organisations, and we would also turn our mind to those on occasion where we had them.
And are there occasions when you make specific requests of intelligence agencies for information on a certain topic to inform the design of a grant scheme or the implementation of a grant scheme?
Sometimes, yes.
And what would lead the department to do that?
Perhaps if we felt we didn't have quite enough information to develop appropriate guidelines, we might seek additional information. Can I just ask you about the headline figure you give in paragraph 35? So what you're addressing there is you've identified 5 programs administered by your branch that provide protective security grants to the Jewish community. Yes.
And that covers the years 2023 to 2029, so it includes the recent three-year grant arrangement.
Yes.
The number that you've included there, you say was the total that's been made available. Does that include, in respect of the Securing Faith-Based Places program, does that include the 21 million I put to you, or does that include the whole of the 50 million amount?
No, only the 21.
Only the 21. So that the total then is just over $209 million for that period from 2023 to 2029.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you've set out the 5 programs that are involved in your paragraph 36, and the second of those is the program called Enhancing Security for Jewish Communities.
Yes.
And that's the program that started recently in 2026 over a 3-year period, is that right?
No, that's the program that commenced in October 2023.
Oh, I see, yes.
The program under that at 36.3 is
Yes.
the $124 million program that commenced recently.
I see. So the 36.2 program was October 2023, which was the $25 million amount for immediate funding to improve security in light of as an urgent response to the different security concerns.
Yes.
Right, and then you have described in your statement, and we've heard evidence about these grant monies being provided in the first instance to the Executive Council of Australian Jewry and the process that they adopt for the identification of particular recipients and the allocation of those funds to them.
Yes.
From the department's perspective, why was that regarded as an appropriate delivery mechanism for the funding?
In October 2023, when the grant was approved, there was an urgent need to roll out immediate funding to the community, noting the increased security risks. Commonwealth grants can typically take many months to develop, and it was determined that utilising the ECAJ to administer that funding would, 1, be more expeditious for the community, but 2, more importantly, the ECAJ have a very important role in sitting across the Jewish community, including across the CSGs. They had very rigorous structures that could inform risk assessments and other types of things. And so it was determined that it's also important to give the Jewish community autonomy over where that funding is utilised within the community.
Evidently, is this right? The government was satisfied with that process for the distribution of funds, because that same methodology has been adopted in relation to subsequent rounds of funding. Is that right?
Yes, it's working very well.
And the the allocation of funds by the ECHA under the programs, in particular the current program of enhancing security for Jewish communities, that involved limitations or eligibility criteria for particular purposes and not for other purposes?
Yes, the grant guidelines set out eligible expenditure and items that are ineligible for expenditure under the grant.
Yeah, and various specific activities identified in the guidelines are ineligible, and they include construction of new buildings.
Yes.
Or major renovations.
Yes.
The personal protection of specific individuals.
Yes.
And activities that receive funding from other programs.
Yes, that's correct.
So just in terms of the first limitation, what was the consideration given by the department to that limitation? Why was that regarded as necessary? The construction of new builds or
the funding is really for protective security for existing sites where the Jewish community gathers.
I see. And then in relation to the ineligibility of personal protection for specific individuals, what was the rationale behind that?
Again, the grant is really designed to protect the Jewish community at large, and particularly sites where they gather together to practice their faith, because those are the sites that are most at risk.
Okay. Now, the ECHA has, through Mr. Wertheim, given evidence about the process of distribution of funding according to an application process whereby the applications are considered and reviewed, including with expert advice, and then allocation decisions are made. There are then reporting requirements imposed on the ECHA, aren't there?
Yes.
And has the department, over the course of the grant reporting to which that has taken place since 2023, has the department identified any difficulty with either the method of distribution of funds or the actual decisions made by the ECHA?
No.
And over the course of the grant term, does the department stay in contact with the ECHA in relation to the process and the distribution of funds?
Yes, very frequently.
And how frequent is that, and what does it involve?
At least every month. So my team would have phone calls with the ECHA's grant advisor to talk about issues within the grant program, whether they might have questions or they might seek to clarify items in the guidelines. And then we would also receive more formal reporting from the ECHA as well, outlining allocations and grantees.
From the department's perspective, the administration of these grants has no issues, no problems that you've identified?
No, the ECHA are administering the grant very effectively.
Now, in the Enhancing Security for Jewish Communities grant program came about from a request originally made by the ECHA in July 2025.
That's the Strengthening Community Safety, Enhancing Security for Jewish Communities. Yes, it did.
Yeah. And that was the agreement, or the funding agreement came to be signed on the 1st of May this year.
Yes.
Yeah. And the total amount to be provided after an upwards adjustment was $124 million over the 3-year period.
I think it's 4 financial years, but yes.
Over 4 financial years.
Yes.
And that's to be distributed according to a refined, updated version of the methodology that applied to the earlier grants. In other words, provision in the first instance to the ECHA, then an application process that they administer and allocate funds pursuant to that.
Yes, that's right.
And what has the department's involvement with that round of funding been to date?
It's similar to how the first round looks, which is we work closely with the ECHA to develop grant guidelines so that eligible activities reflect the needs of the Jewish community. And then subsequent to the grant being agreed, our engagement with the ECHA is really about progress reporting and any questions they might have about the grant.
Now, in paragraph 85 of your statement, you have you've said that decisions under the Enhancing Security for Jewish Communities program were made through a one-off ad hoc process. Are you describing there the 2023 program, or is that the current program that's launching?
That's the 2023 program.
I see. And to address the ad hoc character of that process, the government adopted the 3-year funding model, or 4 financial year funding model that's now in place. Is that right?
Initially, upon approval, that grant was for 15 months, and then there was a subsequent variation to add additional funding and extend the term of that grant, and ultimately it ended up as a 3-year program.
Yep. So what were the considerations that led to a longer term funding cycle that's presently in place over the 4
For the
financial
new grant, it's a significantly larger sum of money, and upon engagement with the ECHA, they indicated it would be useful to have that money spread over a longer term.
because it provides some certainty about budget availability for the future?
Yes, and also it's very difficult for Jewish organisations to expend a very large sum of money, particularly on infrastructure works, in a very short period of time.
And from the department's perspective, does the government intend to maintain a system of longer-term funding to Jewish communal security as opposed to ad hoc measures?
Future funding decisions would be a matter for government.
So you accept that there is an obvious benefit in determining grant funding terms and amounts for any future grant cycle well in advance of when an existing funding program ends?
Yes, to a point.
And what's your qualification?
I think it's useful to be able to assess how the current grant funding has been expended and what impact that might be having, and the threat environment, obviously before the end of the grant, but not necessarily too far in advance, particularly when large sums of funding might not have yet been expended, or the community might not have felt the benefit of that expenditure.
Did you hear Mr. Wertheim's evidence yesterday about the gap that seems to have existed in the month of April this year?
Yes, I did.
And what comment do you have about that?
I accept that there is a 1-month gap in the funding profile.
Yeah. And avoiding gaps of that sort would be a good thing to do?
Yes.
And that relies on planning to put in place any future grants program
yes.
well in advance of the expiry of an existing one.
That's correct.
Now, is there any mechanism, you may have heard at the end of Mr. Wertheim's evidence yesterday, he referred to an idea of some inbuilt flexibility into a grants program that might enable the variation of the grant conditions or arrangements if there's been some new development that requires an immediate response.
Yes.
Is there any precedent from the department's perspective in a flexibility mechanism of that sort?
Yes, it exists now in the current grant guidelines, and we have utilised it for the ECAJ grant in the past.
Right, and so what other factors or circumstances in which that flexibility can be exercised?
So, for example, in the first allocation for enhancing security for Jewish communities, which was the first allocation of $25 million, upon the attack on the Adass synagogue, the government committed an additional $32.5 million. We were able to vary the existing grant to include that additional funding within the existing parameters of that grant.
In paragraph 132 of your statement, you've said that there may be scope to consider a more streamlined process for high priority or urgent grants, particularly where protective security concerns arise quickly and require a timely response. So what sort of process do you have in mind now?
Grants, by their very nature, because they require significant transparency and probity, have a large number of approvals within them. So, for example, if you don't want to use a grants hub to deliver your grant, you need approval from the finance minister. To get grant guidelines approved, they have to be endorsed by the minister administering the program. Multiple departments have to agree to the contents of grant guidelines. Where there is urgent circumstances, it is very difficult to sometimes navigate those requirements, which are there for good reason, but in urgent circumstances, they do present somewhat of a barrier to having money placed in a community quickly.
Can I ask you about security for community leaders? We've heard several witnesses this week speak of particular safety concerns for Jewish community leaders who may be at risk either because, for example, they're a Jewish politician in the Australian government or a leader of a Jewish organisation. You've indicated in your statement that physical protection for those individuals has not historically been covered by Department of Home Affairs grants programs.
Yes, that's correct.
In an environment where individuals in particular communities, and Jewish communities may just be one example of a broader issue, if individuals are unwilling due to personal safety considerations to exercise a leadership role in their communities, that's something that ought to be avoided or alleviated if it can be.
Yes.
What is the Commonwealth Government's approach to security funding, for example, for home security or duress alarms or procedures for prompt response if an individual is subject to an incident?
I understand that, particularly for Commonwealth Jewish politicians, there is a range of protective security measures in place and administered by a separate area of the Department of Home Affairs.
Right, and what area is that?
I'm sorry, their name escapes me.
So what is the target or the purpose of that funding?
It's not necessarily funding, but it's a capability, and it's an area of the department that works closely with the AFP to protect politicians and high office holders.
Right, and what is the scope of the individuals that can be applied to?
I think typically it might be members of the National Security Cabinet or cabinet members.
But in terms of the those who can take advantage of those processes, is it limited to parliamentarians?
Yes.
And from the department's perspective, there isn't any occasion to broaden those programs for individual security?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, can I also raise with you some other evidence we've heard in the Commission's sittings this week about particular additional security costs when there is a new building for the purposes of the Jewish community, for example, a new school or a new wing of a school.
Yes.
Which occasions substantial additional cost to an ordinary build by reason of having to include security hardening, as it were,
Yes.
reinforced walls and fences and bollards and the like. In future funding rounds for Jewish community security, do you envisage the department to continue to maintain its position that those costs would not be met by grants?
I don't think that's our current position. There is sufficient flexibility in grant guidelines that where buildings are substantially completed or they are the proposed renovations are to install bollards or blast-proof walls or windows, those items are currently covered by the existing grant guidelines.
Even if it's in the character of a new build or a new part of a building?
Yes, the renovations themselves to create the building would be exempt, but
Yes.
within that construction, things like bollards, CCTV, new windows would be covered.
I see. Can I ask you about the National Hate Crimes and Incidents database? The Department of Home Affairs has assumed responsibility for this database, previously managed by the AG's department.
Yes, we have the Commonwealth leadership role.
Yeah. Could you just describe in general terms what the database is or intended to be and the point at which its development has arrived?
It's intended to capture data on hate crimes and incidents against all protected attributes nationally.
And you refer to the commencement of the proposal to establish it in, I think, January 2025?
Yes, following a National Cabinet agreement.
Yeah. And an interjurisdictional working group was established with the state and territory governments and the Commonwealth?
Yes.
And it is led by the Department of Home Affairs now, though?
Yes, we chair the working group.
And who are the representatives on the working group from the states and territories? What administrative roles do they have in the states?
They are typically representatives of each of the police forces and the departments of justice in each of the jurisdictions.
And is the database intended to be integrated with the existing national criminal databases?
I don't think it's yet been determined its exact form.
So what stage is the development of the National Hate Crimes and Incidents database at now?
Phase 1 is published on the Australian Institute of Criminology's website as a dashboard, and the working group continues to explore whether that can be further enhanced with additional data.
All right. So you've explained in your statement that the first phase of the database is based on data that has been provided by the police in each of the jurisdictions?
Yes, that's correct.
And that police information is, of course, limited to those jurisdictions that does have specific hate crime offences. Does not all do?
Yes, that's correct.
What other data is intended to be incorporated within the database?
We are exploring whether hate-motivated offending could be included in the database.
All right. And it's a crimes and incidents database.
Yes.
So how are the incidents captured?
You would understand incidents are much more difficult to capture because they don't rise to the level of a crime, so police don't often capture that data. It is much more likely that we will undertake a detailed qualitative hate victimisation survey and use that data to outline the prevalence of incidents.
Is the working group that's establishing the database, does that have any role in liaising with state or federal agencies in relation to the way that they capture records of incidents and identify whether or not those incidents involve, for example, anti-Semitic conduct?
The working group have had some conversations, yes, about how hate incidents might be recorded.
Is it part of the remit of the working group that's establishing the database to encourage state and federal agencies to change the way they record data so that there is a uniform approach to recording incidents and recording whether or not it involves anti-Semitic, Islamophobic and so on conduct?
Yes.
And so what is the time frame for that process to occur?
The timeframe is ongoing, but we have some deadlines towards the end of 2026 to work with jurisdictions.
And what's meant to occur by the end of 2026?
The Commonwealth will release guidance material to state and territory policing agencies to help them identify hate crimes and incidents. And it's intended that we would have agreed a national policy definition of a hate crime and hate incident by the end of 2026 as well.
Thanks, Ms. Dyde. I don't have any further questions, Commissioner.
Yes. Mr. Melbourne.
Commissioner, just a couple of questions. Ms. Dyde, you were just asked about the timeframes for work on the hate crimes database. Is that set out in an action plan that you're aware of?
Yes, it is.
And for the Commission's benefit, I might just identify the DocID action plan, which is DHA.0353.0002.0001. And at the end of that document, there's a timeline.
Thank you, Mr. Melbourne. That is handy.
Ms. Dyde, I just wanted to ask you some questions about funding in general. And just to begin with funding packages that are administered by the department but via the ECAJ.
Yes.
And Mr. Lancaster asked you some questions about those. Is it correct that the two programs that are administered in that way are first the Enhancing Security for Jewish Communities program that commenced in 2023?
Yes.
And then there's a similarly named program that commenced in 2026?
Yes, that's correct.
And in respect of, I'll withdraw that, is it right that the 2026 edition of that program is a multi-year program in the sense that it allows for funding to be allocated across multiple years?
Yes.
And are you aware of any earlier federal grant programs which provided multi-year funding in the sense I've just described for protective security measures for the Jewish community?
Yes.
Can you identify what those programs were?
Yes, Securing Faith-Based Places program, to which Mr. Lancaster referred earlier, was a 4-year program which ends in 2027 and was approved in 2023. And there were two earlier programs, Safer Communities Fund Round 5, which was approved in 2019 and ran for 4 financial years, and Safer Communities Fund Round 6, which was approved in 2021 and also ran for 4 financial years.
Thank you. Councillor Sisting asked you some questions about the desirability for inbuilt flexibility within funding arrangements, and those questions focused on the ability to extend the amount of funding that might be available under a program, and you answered some questions in relation to that.
Yes.
In terms of other forms of flexibility, and in particular in respect of permitting additional eligible activities to be permitted under a program, do any of the programs that are addressed in your statement include that form of inbuilt flexibility?
Yes.
And is the Enhancing Security for Jewish Communities program one such
Yes,
program?
it is.
And have there been instances that you're aware of where that type of flexibility has been exercised to allow additional eligible activities to be included under the program?
Yes, it has.
And I think you set an example of that out at paragraph 122 to 127
Yes.
of your statement. Could you just describe for the Commission just those events and the way in which the flexibility was exercised?
Yes. In the immediate aftermath of the Bondi attack, I think it was on the 17th of December, we were approached by the Zionist Federation of Australia with concerns that they were holding Jewish youth camps across the December and January period for school children, and that they were concerned that they didn't have funding or guarding services for the children attending those camps. We were able to use the existing Enhancing Security for Jewish Communities program to make a small variation to, one, add additional funding to that program of $500,000, but also to use the flexibility to add those security guarding services for that program, and that variation and funding was provided within less than 24 hours.
Thank you. And the grant opportunity guidelines and underlying documentation for the grant programs expressly identify that there is this inbuilt flexibility in terms of a delegate being permitted to include additional eligible activities?
Yes, that's right. The grant guidelines outline that a program delegate may consider other items as eligible expenditure where they relate to the objectives of the grant.
The Commission has received some evidence about the Adass Israel Synagogue applying for funding for guards and security infrastructure through the ECAJ in mid-2024 and that funding not being approved. Are you aware of that event, or at least the evidence that's been given in relation to
Yes.
that? I withdraw that. What, if any, role did the Department of Home Affairs have in the decision not to approve that funding application?
None.
Okay. And similarly, the Commission has received evidence that the ACT Jewish community, which is a Jewish organisation in the ACT, was denied funding via the Enhanced Security for Jewish Communities program, which it sought to upgrade windows to anti-ballistic glass. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And again, what, if any, role did the department have in that decision?
None.
You've been asked about funding packages administered by the department where the department directly deals with the applicants and the recipients of that funding. And one such program is the Securing Faith-Based Places program.
Yes.
Are you aware that in the middle of 2023, the Adass Israel Synagogue applied directly to the federal government for a grant under that program but was unsuccessful?
Yes, I am.
Can you explain the reason for that?
At the time, the Adass Synagogue didn't meet the eligibility criteria in that they were an unincorporated entity.
And what is the rationale for requiring recipients of federal government grants to be a legal entity or have legal personality?
It's a quite standard grant term, but they need to have legal character in order to be able to enter into a contract with the Commonwealth so that there's an enforceable relationship for the grant.
The Commission has also heard evidence from witnesses associated with Jewish schools about their understanding of restrictions on the activities that are permitted to be undertaken using funds under the Securing Faith-Based Places program. One issue that was raised concerned the inability or the perceived inability to use funding under that program for security guarding services. Do you have any comment on that?
Yes, security guards are listed as eligible expenditure under that program.
Yes. Are you aware of whether there was any federal funding grant program in place prior to the Securing Faith-Based Places program that was available to fund protective security measures at Jewish schools?
Yes, Safer Communities Fund Round 5 and 6, which were 2019 and 2021.
And did they allow for funds to be used for guards at Jewish schools or at any school for that matter?
Yes, they did.
The Commission has heard some evidence from members of the Jewish community associated with synagogues and Jewish schools regarding the difficulties associated with grant programs which require the recipient to match the level of funding that's provided under the grant. Is matching, in that sense, a component of any of the 5 funding programs referred to in your statement?
No, there's no matching required.
And has matching been a component of any other funding package for protective security provided by the federal government to the Jewish community that you have been responsible for administering? No. There was, Commissioner, there was one matter that was raised in a closed session with Mr. Wertheim yesterday. I don't understand the specific subject matter to be sensitive, but I also don't wish to disclose what was in closed session inappropriately. I simply have one question about that. It may be that I could liaise with Mr.
Mr. Milliken, is your thinking that it would be appropriate to raise the question here in an open session?
I don't understand there to be a particular sensitivity that would prohibit that, but I obviously...
I wonder if you could just perhaps speak briefly with Mr. Lancaster and see if it can be sorted out.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner. I understand there's no difficulty with asking this question. The Commission has received evidence from witnesses about their understanding of the scope of the Enhancing Security for Jewish Communities program. One of the witnesses has told the Commission that their understanding is that such funds might not be available or are not available for privately run early learning centres, which have a mainly Jewish clientele. Is that your understanding?
No, it's not.
And so is it the case that a early learning centre which has a mainly Jewish clientele would be an eligible entity?
Yes.
And the Commission also received evidence about the ineligibility of private Jewish businesses, such as a high-profile kosher bakery or kosher butcher, being ineligible under this particular program to receive funding. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there any circumstance in which such a organisation still might be able to avail itself of funding under the program?
Yes. In the most recent iteration of the grant, which was agreed on May the 1st, we made an amendment to the grant guidelines in the sort of chapeau to the eligible activities to include the fact that the eligible locations for the grant include areas where the Jewish community might gather, and that was as a result of engagement with the Jewish community, who indicated that high-profile shopping precincts, it would be useful for them to be eligible, and so it is that those precincts can have CCTV and other measures installed upon consultation with the local council, and that private businesses might then derive the benefit of those measures.
Thank you. And just one final question. Are you aware of any occasion since October 2023 on which the ECAJ has requested funding of a grant or grant funding in a particular amount that has not been provided?
No, I'm not.
No further questions.
Anything arising, Mr. Lancaster?
Yes, if I may, just on one of these categories of funding eligibility. Ms. Dyde, I asked you earlier about the perceived limitation of funding under the current Strengthening Community Safety, Enhancing Security for Jewish Communities program in relation to new builds or major renovations. And you indicated that if there are enhanced security aspects of that, my words, not yours, but that may be eligible for funding.
Yes.
Is that your evidence?
Yes.
So one of the one of the provisions in the guidelines refers to a category that is ineligible, described as large-scale capital equipment and capital works, such as construction or major upgrades of buildings, roads, bridges or other structures. So how does that ineligibility category sit with your understanding?
What you described in terms of school upgrades, in my view, is still eligible. The ineligible criteria really is what it is on its face, which is very large capital works. For example, if you were renovating the kitchen of the school or etc., those things would be ineligible. But if the kitchen needed blast-proof walls, then that would be in the eligible criteria.
And if you're renovating the kitchen and the structures that surrounds it, and in the course of that, it has a component required for hardening for security purposes, is that part of the expense of the kitchen rebuild, to your understanding, eligible or not eligible?
The hardening component would be eligible.
Thank you. Nothing further, thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you, Ms. Dyde. You
Thank
are
you.
excused.
Commissioner, the next witness, Mr. Dowling, is dealing with a document that has been classified protected level.
Yes, sir.
We need to take an adjournment in any event. It may be appropriate to take the luncheon adjournment.
All right. Yes, indeed, it might. I'll adjourn for lunch.
Silence, please, on stand. Please be seated. The Royal Commission is now.
Yes. Mr. Leeser, will you take an oath or make an affirmation?
I'll take an oath, please, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Lancaster.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Leeser, please state your full name.
Julian Martin Leeser.
You have prepared a written statement and provided it to the Commission. It's dated 22nd of July. Are the contents of that statement true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Commissioner, I tender the statement. It is STAT.899.0001.0540 and I tender the annexures that accompany it.
Yes, the statement together with the annexures will be received as an exhibit.
Mr. Leeser, you're the federal member for the seat of Berowra in the north of Sydney in New South Wales?
That's correct.
You are the first Jewish person to represent the Liberal Party in the House of Representatives from an electorate in New South Wales?
That's correct.
Would you care, please, to describe your family history in Australia?
My family first came to Australia in 1849. My thrice great-grandfather, Abraham Jacob Solomon, came to be the first reader, what today we would call the cantor or the chazan of the Adelaide Hebrew congregation at its inauguration. And he was also to be the moil, or the person in charge of the ritual circumcisions in South Australia. He was the first person to come to this country. The most recent of my relatives to come to this country was my paternal grandmother, who came from Germany in 1936. My family have included people that have served in time of war. My great-grandfather was an Anzac at Gallipoli and served in the charge of the Lighthorse at Beersheba. The official DFAT history of Australia records him as the first person of Jewish origin to set foot on the Holy Land from the British Empire. My grandfather was a POW in Changi and worked on the Burma Railway. My family have been involved in the building of at least 3 synagogues in this country. We have not a perfect or unusual family, but we've always been proud Jews and made a contribution to this country and very proud Australians.
And where did you yourself grow up?
I grew up in Sydney, in the eastern suburbs. I went to a non-Jewish school and I have been the federal member for Berowra since 2016.
Yes. Before you entered Parliament, you'd been involved in several Jewish organisations in leadership capacity. Could you explain some of that?
Yes, I had. In the years immediately prior to being the federal member for Berowra, I was the chair of the Community Relations Committee of the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies. That body was particularly charged with building relationships between the Jewish community and other faith and cultural communities. I was also on the executive of the Executive Council of Australian Jewry, a councillor of the Executive Council of Australian Jewry, and I was a board member of the Parramatta Synagogue. So I was quite involved in Jewish communal life, or the leadership of lay and religious life in this city, as well as being involved in a whole range of other activities. I was a lawyer, I was on some theatre boards and some arts boards and a healthcare board, and I worked for the largest mission of the Catholic Church before I became an MP.
Thank you. And after you became the member for Berowra in your parliamentary work, among other things, you have spent a good deal of your parliamentary career on the Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security.
Yes, I spent 6 years on the Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. I have a high regard for our intelligence agencies and our security agencies in this country.
And no doubt have developed an understanding and appreciation of the way the intelligence and security services interact and work.
That's correct, yes,
Yeah.
from the perspective of a member of that committee.
Yeah. You've said in your witness statement that something essential to your identity as a Jewish Australian is that the country has been a haven for Jewish people. Would you care to address that?
One of the things about being Jewish is that you know that there is a long history of the Jewish people, a history that at times involves discrimination and expulsion, a history that is replete with occasions where Jews have not been granted their civil rights. One of the wonderful things about Australia is that Jews have been here since the First Fleet, that there has never been any official discrimination against Jewish people, and so Jewish people have flourished in every imaginable aspect of Australian life. People know famous names of Jews, past and present, people like John Monash and Isaac Isaacs, Jessica Fox and Josh Frydenberg, but there have been Jewish bushrangers, there were Jews that served in the very first Legislative Council of New South Wales. The very first Jewish minister in the British Empire was Sir Saul Samuel. Long before Jews were able to serve in the House of Commons, they could serve in the parliamentary bodies here in colonial Australia. There's really been nothing that Jewish people haven't done, and they've therefore made such a huge contribution. And my particular sense of what it means to be an Australian Jew is really that this country is such an amazing place, and it's amazing and unique because it's provided an opportunity for people that they just would not have had in other countries. And that's the thing I'm most sad about in the last few years, that I feel the position of Jewish Australians has really declined, and I worry about the future of, as do so many Jews, I worry about the future of the Jewish community and my family in this country.
No doubt one of the features that you've observed in the recent years that you've just referred to is an increase in anti-Semitism. Have you observed that from your own experience on the one hand, but also what has been reported to you from your electorate?
Yes, there's definitely been an increase in anti-Semitism over the last period. I mean, this is the reason that the Royal Commission has been set up, and some of it I've observed as a Member of Parliament. There's a particular thing about being a Jewish Member of Parliament. Obviously, I'm the federal member for Berowra. My first duty is to represent the constituents of Berowra. But as the most senior Jewish person on my side of politics, only one of two Jewish members of the federal Parliament from New South Wales, I've also had a particular role in representing the Jewish community. I often get asked to comment on issues relating to the Jewish community, how the community feels, issues in relation to matters happening in the Middle East. And unfortunately, I have lots of people coming to me telling me the stories of the anti-Semitism that they've experienced, and you know, we've experienced some of it in my own office. Do you want me to talk a little bit about that at this point?
Yes, if you would. You've indicated in your statement that naturally enough you distinguish anti-Semitism from legitimate political debate and criticism. Can I ask first, how do you see anti-Semitism being either similar to or different from other types of discrimination?
Well, first thing I should say about legitimate political debate and criticism is that, you know, as a Member of Parliament, you're regularly criticised for what you do, some of it fair, some of it deeply unfair. People can say, I don't like your decision about this, or I don't like your party, or I don't like the way you represent our community. There's nothing wrong with any of those things. That's exactly what you would expect would happen in a democracy. What I've found quite a lot as a Member of Parliament is that I am subject to not that sort of criticism, but I am subject to an anti-Semitic criticism of what I do. When my posters were graffitied in the 2019 and 2025 elections, they weren't, we don't like the Liberal Party, we don't like you, we think your representation is bad, or get stuffed, that sort of thing. They were graffitied with swastikas and Hitler moustaches and dollar signs, all instances of anti-Semitism.
Yes, I'll come back to those in a moment if I may, but what is your perception of the sources of modern anti-Semitism in the Australian community?
Well, I think anti-Semitism is something that changes over time. In the Middle Ages, Jews were hated for their religion. In the 19th and 20th century, they were hated for their race. Today, they're hated for their nation state. We find anti-Semitism in three main vectors in Australian society: in the far right among neo-Nazis, among radical Islamists, and among the academic and cultural left. And where I'm subjected to anti-Semitism, as many Jewish Australians are, on through all those vectors, and in particular in relation to conflating Jewish Australians as being responsible for the actions of the government of Israel.
Yes. Can I ask you about some of your own experiences? I'll come back to the electoral materials that you've referred to, but first, could I ask you about your experience in December last year? On the 14th of December, you were attending an outdoor Hanukkah event in Sydney, not the one at Bondi, but you attended a Hanukkah event with your family. Can you tell the Commissioner about that experience?
Commissioner, you would have heard lots about Hanukkah from other Jewish people throughout the course of this commission. But Hanukkah is very much celebrated out in the open, unlike other Jewish festivals that take place in synagogues or homes, because the idea of Hanukkah is that one is supposed to share the light. I've described it as being like carols by candlelight. There are people with candles, there are families together, there's fatty food, there's rides and entertainment for children. We were at the Hanukkah on the Green at St Ives, which is in northern Sydney, in the neighbouring electorate of Berowra. And as we've gone there as a family for several years, and usually just before the candles are lit, elected members are asked to come up and make a speech. And I made a speech saying that night that I recognised that it had been a tough year for the Jewish community, but hoped that things would be better. It was then one of the rabbis pulled me aside and told me that 50 shots had been fired at Bondi. Rabbi Nochem Shapiro, who was the key rabbi running the event, and I went up on a cherry picker to light a Hanukkah 10 metres tall, and I said to him, I think we should get down as quickly as we can after we'd said the prayers and lit the candle, because at that stage we had no idea whether these events that had taken place in Bondi were something more coordinated and could affect us in St Ives. When I came down, it was apparent that people had been killed in the events at Bondi, and I went over and told my wife what I'd heard, and by that time there were lots of adults who were sharing pictures and showing what had happened, and they're in disbelief. We were there, as I say, with my children. My son at that time was 7 and my daughter was 3. And my son had overheard the adults talking about the fact that people had been shot and killed in Bondi. And he cried unconsolably, the sort of cry that you see where a child is in deep pain, and he sat with his legs crossed saying, Dad, are we going to be safe? Dad, why are they shooting at us? Dad, are you sure we're going to be safe? How do you know they won't come for us? And this has affected him deeply. We went over to near where the Rural Fire Service truck was, and I kept trying to console him and tell him that we would be safe, but I really couldn't guarantee it. There were no police there at the time, and I got the number of the Hornsby Police Superintendent from one of my state colleagues and called him and said that I really wanted to encourage him to send police resources there, because we were just largely in a fenced-off paddock at St Ives, and I felt that we were very exposed. We then went on the 8th night to the commemorations that took place in Bondi, and we took our children again, and my son sat on my lap, and he looked up at the sky, and he saw the drone and he saw the searchlights, and he was very disturbed about that, and held my hand tight and said, Dad, will we be okay? Will we be safe? My son is very proud of our Jewish traditions. He likes to say the prayers on Friday nights. He likes to share our festivals in the home with his non-Jewish friends, and he's proud to be a part of a Jewish community. But it has had a serious effect on him in going to outdoor communal events and to synagogues. Every time we attend a synagogue, we went to the synagogue recently that I had grown up in for the bar mitzvah of the son of a friend of mine. And this little hand grabbed my hand really tight. And he said to me, Dad, how do you know we're going to be safe? And although I could see the police car there, I said to him, James, of course, we'll be safe. But of course I couldn't guarantee it. what sort of Australia are we setting up where an 8-year-old child doesn't feel safe going to a place of worship? That's not the Australia I know and love, and it's not the Australia I want for my children or anyone's children.
If I could ask you about the other matter you mentioned, Mr. Leeser, which is the defacing of election materials that you had distributed and had installed before the elections that you referred to. Could you describe what happened with those?
In the 2019 election, I had a campaign office on Pennant Hills Road, which is the main thoroughfare in my electorate. There were large dollar signs painted on the over my face, and several of my posters were graffitied with Hitler moustaches and swastikas. And obviously, we replaced the signs with the big dollar sign, and they were later graffitied with Antipodean resistance stickers with swastikas in the middle of them.
And what is your recollection?
So that's the 2019 election. I can talk about the 2025 election too. Do you want me to?
Yes, please. Yeah.
In the 2025 election, Epping had come into my electorate, and we rented some property in a prominent location and established a banner there. And the banner was then graffitied with devil horns and Hitler moustaches and swastikas, and it had to be removed. The police took it as evidence. It cost $35,000, that banner. We decided not to replace it because we thought the expense of replacing it, somebody would probably come and do this again. So it diminished the capacity to participate politically, in a sense, because we weren't able to put up a banner and to have people, see my face and see my name, as it were. I had always wanted to have an electorate office on a street frontage, but after the 2019 election, I felt that it was not safe to have an electorate office on the street frontage. It would be too much a target for this sort of anti-Semitic graffiti.
Can I just ask about the consequences of both those incidents in respect of your electoral material? First, the impact on you personally as a campaigning politician, but also on your staff, your electorate staff.
It was frightening, I have to say, the first time I saw the material. It's confronting to see your own face graffitied in that manner. And my staff became concerned for their security and my security. My campaigners, particularly in the 2025 election, were subjected by one particular political group to a range of unpleasant comments about Jewish donors contributing money to my campaign, and it caused some of those people who were campaigning for me to decide that they didn't want to campaign anymore because they felt uncomfortable coming out to campaign for me.
And what are your reflections on the impact of this kind of attack on electoral materials for the democratic process?
Well, I think it makes it harder for people to get their message out in the democratic process. It makes it more costly, and it discourages good people from getting involved in the political process. I think that's a real shame. I mean, I'm a parliamentarian. You expect to have your material sadly graffitied with different messages. It's part of the democratic process in a strange way. It's people sending you a message, but what's not acceptable is when those messages are of an anti-Semitic nature, and that was the nature of the way I had been targeted in both 2019 and 2025.
You've attached to your statement some photographs of the campaign material. I won't go to that at the moment, but you've also included an annexure that picks out some of the lowlights, as it were, from emails that you have received or your electorate office has received containing anti-Semitic abuse. If you don't mind, I might bring up a page of those on the screen. So this is annexure JL2 within the document stat.80009.00001.0541. So you've included a couple of pages of examples of the written anti-Semitic abuse that you've received?
Yes, that's correct. Those materials were prepared for a speech that I was delivering in early 2024. I asked my staff to provide a collection of the materials that they had not shown me of this sort of anti-Semitic stuff that we were getting, but I decided it was too awful to use and didn't use them, but this was the collection that was put together.
Yeah. Is it right that this kind of email abuse has been something that's been a feature of what you've received as a parliamentarian over the last few years?
It has been. I should say, first and foremost, most people who contact our office, and we've had, 3 major spikes of people contacting our office to deal with issues to do with the Jewish community. Firstly, the October 7 terrorist attack. Secondly, after the government's decision to recognise the Palestinian state. And thirdly, in relation to the period post-Bondi. And overwhelmingly, the communication that comes to the office is of a supportive nature. And overwhelmingly, my interactions with my own constituents are very supportive. But we have had an increase in this sort of anti-Semitic material, both on email and also online through social media.
Mr. Leeser, you acquired considerable prominence during the debate about the Voice referendum for the principled stand that you took in light of the views you held in relation to First Nations people. Did you receive a great deal of hostile email and the like in consequence of taking that stance?
I did, Commissioner. There were some hostile emails. Little of it attacked me because I was Jewish, although it should be said there was a particular piece of literature that was produced that showed, that called it quote unquote the Jewish voice, and showed the involvement of prominent Jewish people, including people like myself, Mark Liebler, Mark Dreyfus, and others involved in the Voice, and that was a sad feature of that campaign.
So there was an anti-Semitic twist to the stance that you had taken in relation to the Voice.
There were some people who chose to give it an anti-Semitic edge, and I can try and find that particular document that I'm referring to and furnish the Commission with it. But in the main, people were either supportive or they disagreed with my position for a range of other reasons. In the main, it was not an anti-Semitic twist. And you do get, you're a politician, a bit like an artist in a sense. You put things out there, you put out ideas, you expect them to be criticised, you expect people to engage, you want to have debate. I mean, the essence of our Western tradition is that the truth comes from debate and discussion, but this anti-Semitism is not that.
And putting to one side the anti-Semitic stream in the comments you got about your prominent position on The Voice, was there a level in those who were critical of your stance, was there a level of this sort of personal unpleasantness?
Oh yes, there was a bit of that. People calling me a sellout, or having a go at the arguments, or I didn't get this or that, and I lost a few friends over my stance. But that's what you expect will happen when you take a strong position on things. But I didn't take offence at any of those comments because that is the stuff of political debate. And although sometimes you're wounded by the barbs, it's not going to an immutable quality like my faith and background.
Yes. Sorry, Mr. Lancaster.
No, not at all, Commissioner. Mr. Leeser, you've been Shadow Minister for Education since October 2025?
Yes.
And you've taken a long-standing interest in particular university education?
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
And I've been... Sorry.
No, I was just going to ask, your statement identifies some areas for improvement that you consider should be applied to the universities sector. Can I invite you to address the key recommendations that you refer to?
Yes, Mr. Lancaster, may I just say two brief things before addressing the recommendations. I've been very concerned about the level of university anti-Semitism since long before the 7th of October. And with Josh Burns and Allegra Spender MPs, we launched a survey by the Australasian Union of Jewish Students in August 2023 about anti-Semitism on campus, which was a long-standing problem. And in November 2023, I called for a judicial inquiry into anti-Semitism on campus and produced a private members bill and sought repeatedly to have that bill debated. Senator Sarah Henderson in the Senate presented the same bill, which was the subject of a parliamentary inquiry. So as the Shadow Minister for Education, I've been meeting with VCs and have put a series of questions to them about anti-Semitism, and I've been particularly unhappy with the responses that I've received in relation to their failure to deal with the definition of anti-Semitism, their failure to properly audit courses to see what is being taught about Jews and Israel, and their failure in particular to audit courses dealing with the Israel-Palestine conflict to ensure that both sides are presented in the best way possible so that students are best prepared to make their own mind up. And so the recommendations that I have made here in the report, in my submission rather, are that the Royal Commission might seek to recommend that the government legislate that all universities adopt the IRA definition in the manner and form to be set out by Professor Craven, that all universities undertake the desktop audit of what's being taught about Jews in Israel in their classrooms and remove anti-Semitic materials if they're present. That universities which teach the Israel-Palestine conflict, as I say, ensure that those course materials are from credible sources used from both sides, and that the material presented is balanced to allow the student to draw their own conclusion. The universities should examine whether there's funding by foreign governments received through academic and other sponsorship being used to promote anti-Semitism on campus. That university governing bodies be ultimately responsible for making their campuses free of anti-Semitism in the same way they're responsible for workplace health and safety on campuses. And that where registered religious student groups run a religious activity, say like a Sukkot on campus, they shouldn't be expected to pay for their security of that on campus. Or where universities and student organisations are hosting visiting Jewish speakers, those speakers shouldn't face hostility and danger on campuses as guests of the university.
Thanks, Mr. Leeser. Could I just ask you, when you have referred to the use of credible sources from both sides, could you just elaborate on what you mean by that?
What I mean is sometimes in an academic sense or in public debate, you will see people say, oh, we've got balance here because we've got one perspective from, say, the Palestinian side and one perspective from the Israeli side. But one of those perspectives is a full-throated defence of what would be regarded by advocates as their position. And the other perspective is not that at all. It is weak and doesn't really represent that position. But the organisation or the academic or whoever it may be is able to say, oh, we've got a balanced perspective because we've got one of each. I don't think that's good enough for what's happening in our universities. Our universities are producing the next generation of leaders. Given the nature of anti-Semitism having got out of control in the last few years, we want to make sure that students are hearing the best material from both sides that would represent the best arguments made by advocates for both sides.
You've said in your statement that you believe this commission presents a rare opportunity to address issues of anti-Semitism. And in that context, can I ask you a general question? What are your hopes for the future of the Jewish community in Australia?
I want my children to grow up in a country of the sort that I and my parents and grandparents and thrice great-grandfather came to in 1849, a country where it doesn't matter where you were born, what your parents did, the God you worship or the person you love. If you work hard and play by the rules, there's a place for you here, and that you can live and practice your religion freely and be proud of it, whatever that religion may be. That's the sort of Australia I really want. And that's the Australia that we need to return to. That's the Australia I grew up in. And I want to make sure that not just Jewish Australians, but all Australians have that opportunity in the future.
Thanks, Mr. Leeser. I don't have any further questions.
Yes. Yes, indeed, Mr. Zwar.
Mr. Leeser, I act for the 7 peak Jewish organisations, and my name is Leon Zwar. Mr. Leeser, in your witness statement, you talk about, in paragraphs 32 and 33, some positive experiences you've had with non-Jewish people reaching out to you. And my clients are obviously very keen to have people understand that decent Australians who aren't Jewish often reach out to their friends, their colleagues, their professional colleagues in the Jewish community. Has that been your experience? And if it has, could you just share some of those stories with us without naming them and explain the impact it has on you, your family, your children and your friends when decent people reach out to you to give you support at difficult times?
Mr. Zwar, I want to tell you of an incident that occurred to me just this morning. I had come to work and forgotten to bring a Hebrew Bible in order to swear my oath on. And I ran in at the cafe to Father David Ranson, the Apostolic Administrator of the Catholic Diocese of Broken Bay. And I told him I was having to go home to get my Bible, and he said, "Julian, we might be able to help you out." And he furnished me about 10 minutes later with a proper kosher copy of the Hebrew Bible that his diocese had. He is a wonderful man. He has made a submission to this Royal Commission. Overwhelmingly, my experience has been that people in my electorate and across the country are decent and wanting to help and support the Jewish community. After October 7, I'm, for many people in my electorate, the only Jewish person they know. I had people from a local church bringing flowers to the office. I would walk down the street and random strangers would come and hug me. As the Commissioner indicated, I was very involved in the Voice referendum, which occurred 7 days after the October 7 terrorist attacks. And people handing out both yes and no how to vote cards would stop me, tell me how they were feeling about what had happened on October 7 in Israel. Often they would hug me. Random strangers would do this. And, you know, it's very humbling when communal leaders want to stand up and be counted and stand with you. And I think of a wonderful pianist who grew up in my electorate who contacted me to tell me that, so he's not a pianist, he's a conductor, I apologise, who grew up in my electorate, and he told me he'd accepted an offer to conduct the Israel Philharmonic Orchestra in April 2024. It was his way of demonstrating his solidarity with our community at this time. It's so life-affirming, and it's a reminder about what this country has always been about, that there are decent people, good people, who know right from wrong and who will stand up and stand with people when they are suffering discrimination or terror or attacks of any sort. And that's the sort of person I should say I've tried to be in my own political career, Mr. Zwar. I've regularly spoken out against human rights abuses of Yazidis, Persians, Kurds, Uyghurs. The day after the Christchurch attack, I was at the mosque in my electorate, because what happens to Muslim Australians happens to Jewish Australians, and we are a stronger country when we stand together.
Thank you. Can I just ask you to expand on one thing? How do those events make, we mean we're not good at feelings, how does it make you feel when you have those events? What impact does it have on your family and your friends and the community when people like that engage with you? Do you share those stories and experiences, and does it make you feel good about it?
It's very humbling. That's how it feels. It's humbling and it's uplifting. And I would often say to friends of mine who, I represent very few Jewish people in the Berowra electorate. But I would often say to friends of mine who are having a hard time living in the centres of Jewish communal life, come and spend a weekend just wandering around with me, because you will see ordinary Australians are with the Jewish community. They don't like what is happening. They don't like the anti-Semitism they're seeing on our streets. This isn't the Australia that they want for their kids either. And it is life-affirming. That's the best way I can describe it.
Thank you and Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Anything arising, Mr. Lancaster?
No, thank you.
Mr. Leeser, thank you greatly for your willingness to give evidence. You are now excused.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner, the next witness will be Acting Deputy Commissioner Joe McCabe of the WA Police Force. I understand that the Deputy Commissioner is giving evidence by AVL and that there's an appearance to be announced before that happens.
Yes. I'm
remote
sorry, I
act,
just didn't hear. Is this the Deputy Commissioner? No. Yes.
This is Mr. John with leave to appear on behalf of WA Police. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, indeed, Mr. John, and Deputy Commissioner. Deputy Commissioner, will you take an oath or make an affirmation?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. I take an oath, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Ms. Phillips, can I just query, is it the intention that this is a closed session?
We're going to start for a few minutes in open session, Commissioner, and then we'll be moving into closed.
Very well.
Can I ask you to please state your full name?
Yes, it's Joanne McCabe, and I'm the, if I could just probably give a little bit of context, my statement at the time, I was Acting Deputy Commissioner, but my role is the Assistant Commissioner of Specialist and Support Services. And if it does help, I'm happy to give some context around what that role entails.
Thank you. I might ask you about that in a moment. Can I just confirm with you, at the time you held your former role, you prepared a statement to the Royal Commission that was dated the 19th of May 2026, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in your current role, I think it is, you prepared a further statement to the Royal Commission dated the 16th of July 2026, is that correct?
I think that was notice to produce 9. Yes, that's correct, 16th of July.
Are the contents of each of those statements true and correct?
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender both of those statements. They have respectively doc IDs stat.899.0066.0004 and stat.899.0105.002.
Yes. Each of these statements will be received and marked separately as an exhibit.
Can I ask you please to elaborate on the role that you held at the time that you prepared your first statement and how your responsibilities have shifted in the role that you currently hold?
Yes, so at the time I submitted the first statement, I was the Acting Deputy Commissioner, albeit I was still overseeing the specialists and support services in which the statement was pertaining to. With my second statement, I had gone back to my substantive role as the Assistant Commissioner.
And you were asked for the purposes of your first statement about some of the guidance and training that is undertaken within the WA Police Force to respond to anti-Semitic conduct. And I just want to draw your attention to what you've said about certain training that is carried out. What you said is that training supports victim-centred practice by assisting frontline members to respond sensitively to affected communities. I wonder if you're able to comment on the connection that you've drawn there between training and victim-centred practice in the context of a response by police to anti-Semitic conduct?
Sure. So as a part of the work that we did in 2025, we set up a number of deliverables in terms of the work we were doing in the hate crimes. That commenced as a result of some legislative change that came both from the state and the Commonwealth. So there was three parts to that work. One was the policy part. So it was really important for us to ensure that we set some policy framework around defining what a hate crime and a hate incident was, but also being able to determine or provide some really good guidance to our people around the roles and responsibilities in the investigation, our community engagement division and what their role is, some procedures around how to record and report, the identification of a hate crime and a hate incident, and also in that talked about victim and community support. So that was the first part of the work. Once that was achieved, we then developed a training package. So that training package is about a 30-minute training package that's mandatory for all of our police officers and police staff across WA Police Force. So it's mandatory every year, it's annual training. And it's about 30 minutes of training, and that again highlights all of those things that were in the policy, including how to support victims and also approach in a sensitive way, because we do recognise that it is difficult at times for people to report these types of incidents. But generally as well, it's also about our people understanding around hate crime as an offence, but also the motivation. So often we will have our frontline officers attending certain crimes, for example, an assault, but won't necessarily identify that the motivation is hate motivated. So it is about a training and educating our officers to understand the underlying motivation. And then the third part of that that project was implementing our reporting and recording efforts to ensure that we're able to capture that better. So through our system, which is the Incident Management System, or IMS as we refer to it, that now has, and has since November 2025, the ability now to capture things that could be hate crime or hate motivated. So that entails our officers out at the responding to jobs, and then ensuring that they record it in our systems, which has what we call a hate crimes checkbox, and in there has a number of then subcategories. And then what that does is that immediately flags that report to our State Security Investigations Group, and so that they have oversight and visibility, and they'll can do a couple of things with that. They'll often reach out to the officers involved or the district and ensure that they give some good guidance around what that investigation should entail, or they'll assess that and take the investigations themselves.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner. And just in relation to that data collection point that you were just addressing, do I understand the position as things stand within WA Police to be that within the current reporting systems where hate or prejudice related motivations are understood to exist or are reported to exist in connection with a reported incident, the officer receiving the report is directed through the system to specify what I might call the targeted attribute of the victim that's understood to be an issue. So, for example, Islamophobia or anti-Semitism, as the case may be.
Yeah, so there's a number of categories, subcategories that sit under there. That is age, sex, gender, impairment, disability, political conviction, race, religion, or sexual orientation. So again, We want our officers to be thinking more broadly around just the offence or the incident they're attending, but also have a look at that motivation. So, you know, it may not be absolutely correct when the officer actually puts it in, but once that is then flagged, again, it comes to the State Security Investigations Group and that team. It goes directly to what we have is a hate crimes team that we set up in April 2025. So that hate crimes team is dedicated resources and detectives that will then assist those police officers out there in things they may have missed. Further to that though, we have, and I understand you've heard from our Commissioner previously, we have an algorithm that runs over our system. And what that also does is if an officer fails to identify that or and doesn't in the system flag that for us or alert that for us as a hate crime or possible, often what will happen is the algorithm will run over that system and pick up some of those things that may have been missed.
And is the consequence of first the data capture processes that you've been describing, and second the algorithm that can get applied, that there is functionality within the system that might allow one to identify, for example, the number of incidents in a particular reporting period that are assessed, say, as having an Islamophobic component to them?
Yes, that's correct. So we've got a better understanding of those incidents that could be that are or could be hate motivated, but it also gives us the opportunity to understand any trends or themes with that. And so when we're starting to see things escalate in a certain area, it then assists us in understanding how we might respond to that a bit better.
And so could a trend or theme of the kind you've just mentioned include something like graffiti popping up in different parts of Perth and different suburbs that contain the same kind of language within the tagging?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
And you identified a few moments ago the establishment of a dedicated hate crime team. Are you able to identify, to the extent you're aware, the reason why that team was established and any resources that you consider that it has which provide benefits in terms of the investigation and prosecution of hate crimes in Western Australia?
Yes, so the hate crimes team was set up with additional resources, which was supported by the Commissioner, because we know and understand the importance of having dedicated effort. Our State Security Investigation Group, which where the hate crime team sits, has a number of priorities, and you know, the investigation of terrorism being one of those. So we know the importance of having that dedicated effort. We know if we've got our teams looking at everything, often we will miss things. And there's also that ability now to make sure that our communities have dedicated people that they know and can grow and build trusting relationships with, and then also subject matter expert in terms of the legislation around hate crimes, both in the Commonwealth and state environment.
And are you of any particular training or other programming that's provided to officers working within that hate crimes team, which provides additional skills amongst other general officers in terms of investigation of those kinds of incidents?
Yes, absolutely. So we have a number of other items and artefacts that we provide our frontline people, and our hate crimes team are instrumental in making sure that we have updated in our training. But things like fact sheets and guidance on symbols, prohibited symbols and the like, so that we're continually educating our officers, particularly those who may be responding to things like protesting. So it's really important for them to understand and have some really good guidance so that we can respond really quickly to things that are considered to be, that are against the law particularly, but also to ensure that we we can deal with that in a timely manner, because we do understand in a protest environment that it can escalate very quickly. So we need to make sure that when things are inappropriate, that our officers know and have the confidence to be able to respond to that. The guidance, there's also, sorry, I just lost my train of thought for a moment, but I'm back on track. The other thing is the continual improvement. So just of recent times, I know our team have consulted with a rabbi in Perth just to have a discussion around what some of those inappropriate terms that we hear often in the news or we hear often in the media, but it's really important for our people to understand what those things are and how hurtful they can be, so that we can ensure that we have really, really good understanding and we can deal with those things in terms of, those comments and phrases, let's just say, that, that certain parts of our communities find really, really hurtful.
And just to be clear, that sort of engagement with the rabbi that you've just mentioned, was that something that the officers involved found beneficial in terms of their skill set to identify and address prejudice-motivated offences?
Yes, absolutely. And it gives them confidence that we're not guessing or second-guessing that these things are, or hearing them from the media or other avenues, that these phrases are or are not. We're hearing it right from the people as to who it is affecting the most. I think the important other part of the work that our team does as well is we have a daily intelligence briefing. That briefing pulls together every morning a number of business units across my portfolio, all the protection and security. We also have ASIO, AFP at those meetings. And they're really, really important to discuss not only some of the reports that we're getting and the investigations that we have ongoing, but also the things that are coming into us overnight. So when you think about all of the reporting that can come from our own people in our systems, from the National Security Hotline, from the work we're doing with our JCTTs, and then also, our dignitary protection units and our regional operation group, who are our armed patrols. So it's really important that all our people can come together and talk about, real life assessments, and so that we can identify our threats really early and put some risk mitigation around that.
Thank you. I'd like to take you please to page 7 of your first witness statement, particularly under the heading that reads C, changes in arrangements since 14 December of 2025. WA Police was asked about, in particular, the changes in protective arrangements for the Jewish community after that date. And you'll see that in response, you've indicated that the police force's protective security posture increased significantly following the incident in Sydney, and was subsequently refined. That's correct? That's your understanding?
Yes, it is.
And you've indicated that some of the changes included increased patrol intensity and also, during the elevated phase, static coverage at key sites. Just want to ask you about those two things. Patrol intensity, does that refer to patrolling vehicles typically?
Yes, well, it's both. So yes, there was patrolling vehicles, so we increased the patrols in certain areas in consultation with our Jewish community around those places of worship and other really significant sites. So that was an increased presence through our vehicle patrols, but there were also foot patrols in and around some of those areas. We also implemented, after the Bondi in 2025, our Commissioner approved the carry of AR-15, so that's our long arms. Previously, our regional operations group had always carried long arms, but most of the time they were in the vehicle. They weren't as in a physical carry. So our Commissioner supported that. And so that wasn't just vehicle patrols, that was also on foot patrols with our officers.
With the long arm that you've just referred to?
Yes, both, yes.
Are you able to comment on, and maybe I should clarify, that situation that you've just described in terms of long arms carriage, is that a newer development for the WA Police Force, both in relation to patrols of Jewish sites and in relation to other sites within the WA community?
With the AR-15 carry, correct. Again, we've always had the AR-15 capability, and our regional operation group would carry those long arms in our vehicles so that we could respond to any threat or critical incident in a timely manner. But you know, we had our patrolling posture had really increased since 2023, since the Middle East crisis and the events that happened there. So our community reassurance patrols really started in 2023. Of course, when the Bondi incident happened, you know, our community assurance patrol was significant with you know, supporting our Jewish community to feel safe.
And perhaps it goes, it follows from what you've just said, but are you able to indicate at a broad level the reasons for the change in operation? With the type of firearms that the offenders had at the time, and the inability for the officers to be able to respond. So, you know, that was certainly in the forefront of the mind for our workforce around how we were going to respond to a threat of that nature. So, you know, it made absolute sense that having the long arms and our officers being able to carry those in and around not only our Jewish communities, but also other places that we considered to be also highly vulnerable. When we talk about our crowded places and, you know, our events that we have, you know, in terms of concerts, but also our shopping centre complexes. Now, you know, they're not patrols that we do in terms of the same place all the time, but we do a risk assessment now. Major Events Coordination Unit also sit within my realm. They are at the daily intelligence briefing every morning, and we're able to put some really good threat assessment, and that helps us mitigate the risk and decide on deployment and how many and where that should be. Thank you, Assistant Commissioner. Commissioner, I think if I can ask for the hearing room to be closed, should indicate it's a closed session, not a protected one.
Yes, thank you. Very well. I'm going to direct that the balance of the witnesses' evidence is taken in a closed session. I'm sure you understand why. Just bear with us for a moment, Assistant Commissioner.
Thank you.